Hello there. Welcome to Automat Live Coding. This is the stream where we write a desktop automation app. Let me show it to you. Recently, we have been working on adding this ability for objects to be iconified, turned into small iconic representations. The thing is, we are still not finished with this process. The objects, basically all of the objects can be iconified. This works, it just works. It's nice. But the problem is that when they are icons, they remain interactive. So it's not a great icon where you have sensitive touch targets which are just a couple pixels in size. Yeah, we have still some things in drag and drop that we should fix. So today we are going to address those issues. Maybe let's start with the drag and drop issue. This is something that I have, it's fresh in my memory. So iconified objects, when I drop them, they jump. Okay. So this is one thing that we will do. Then I want to move some of the properties from the location. So a location is a type within the Automat's class system. It's an object that stores extra data associated with each object in the system. The locations, they are actually not necessary. So I introduced them because it was just more convenient to have a structure where it was like a kitchen sink. I just dumped everything I needed to keep track of into this location. So I would like today to officially deprecate locations. Yeah, we are not going to have locations anymore. And we will start moving out of this class into other classes. This is going to be a big project, this location deprecation. Once we're done, the location is going to be removed from the system, and all of the fields that are currently part of the location are going to be found in other places in Automat. So that is the plan. Location apocalypse. One thing that is currently stored inside locations is the iconified bit. This is the stuff that we will move today. In the future, we will move everything else, like the connections. They will be moved to their respective objects. Connections will go. What else does location have? Animation state. It will go into object widget. Yep. I think we can get rid of this class completely. But only after we move everything out carefully. Okay, let's start with these those jumping objects. Oh, and on a note unrelated to Automat, but it's something that we've been doing on the previous stream. The Kier project got to the front page of Hacker News and got some exposure. So one kind of it is a little bit disappointing to me because in a single day, this tiny project got more stars on GitHub than Automat through the last 2 years of development. So, we have to work more on Automat's marketing. The keyer is actually not a totally independent thing from Automat. So the thing about this device is that it uses ESP32, and I want to put Automat on ESP32. Maybe on top of FreeRTOS. It's something that seems crazy, seems impossible, right? We have this animated app that uses the Vulkan for rendering, like ESP doesn't have, Vulkan APIs to render itself. It's crazy to try to put something like that on ESP, but maybe it could be possible. There are a couple architectures that could make it work, basically. So within Automat, there are a couple layers of Automat. There is this object layer, which is super small. This is basically just code and very, very little code. And objects are fairly modular. You pick the ones that you want to install. On top of the object layer, each object has some logic to create a widget. And widgets, the important thing that they have is that they have skia, which is a couple megabytes. I think it should be possible to compress skia to those couple megabytes. I don't know, maybe 8 megabytes. Maybe you can fit it in like 4 or less, we will see. If we disable the thing we don't need, we just keep, the bare minimum. That could be possible to compress so that it runs on ESP. Then the actual rendering, the Vulkan stuff, it doesn't actually have to run on ESP. It can actually run on another client machine. So the goal of putting this, of making Automat run on a a tiny device like a tiny handheld keyboard, it's just a question of how many layers we can fit. If we can only fit the object layer, then we can figure out a synchronization protocol that only uses this object layer, and it can synchronize maybe to another machine. It's going to be hard. If we can put widgets on top of ESP32, then we will totally be able to do the rendering on the microcontroller, because the microcontroller will record the whole interface and it will just send the drawing commands to.
Marek Kowalski says,
Hello, I saw that post on N yesterday about Keyer. Added to read later. Today I see it's from you. Congrats.
Yeah, thanks. It got very popular and it's very It's very encouraging. It really shows how much the packaging, I mean the images, the description around the project add to the project. It's not just about dropping repositories online, it's really about making them tell a nice story. Something that's, you know, fun. I'm actually talking about this here. So it is kind of related to Automat. So if we can fit the widget layer on the ESP with Skia and with the, like, it's not rendering logic, it's the logic that draws all of the widgets to command lists. So each of the object, it can only invoke some commands in the canvas and tell it, hey, put this texture in here, put this shape in here, this is the shader I want to have, and so on and so on. And Skia can do this very cheaply. So it is possible that this will fit.
Yeah. If project doesn't have screenshot image, it's no go for most people.
And the fun thing is that we already have a well-defined interface at this point. There is the last option. If it is possible to draw the objects and do the rendering on ESP, which is a crazy idea, if very unlikely to happen. So there is this 10% chance. And there is a chance because Skia has a full software renderer built in. If this is possible, then the way it would work is that the ESP would expose some website, and you would open this website, and that's how you would kind of interact with Automat. Yeah, I think this is a C kind of tier of happening. This is, I hope this layer will be possible, because this is the most probably elegant kind of position in our stack to insert remote rendering, if we can make it work on an embedded device. And if this doesn't work, probably object layer is the place where it will. Now, why would we even put Automat on ESP32? There are no games on ESP32. True, but ESP32 is the ultimate polymorphic device. It can become anything. It has this USB slave mode. It has whatever GATT Bluetooth GATT profiles we can basically set it to expose. And ESP is notoriously difficult. I actually went through the how you do Bluetooth on this device, and it's so incredibly overcomplicated. Bluetooth Low Energy is so simple, but the tools that I've seen for working with ESP, they make it so hard. There are some good libraries to work with it, but I don't know, it's like nobody cares to make a good explanation for how this whole system works. So how Bluetooth works, how Bluetooth Low Energy works, I can tell you it's super simple. Like each device that you have exposes something like a JSON.
What's the use case of S32 on? Automat? You just want to prove it can be done, or have some specific use on your mind?
Oh yeah, so a use case. You have consoles. Consoles have Bluetooth controllers, or not necessarily Bluetooth, some controllers. And consoles, games on consoles, they don't like to be emulated. So they are very hard to, to write tasks, like tool-assisted speedruns on them. And I think like this is the perfect use case. If we can put Automat on a tiny device that can be inserted into another computer, then that device can emulate any USB input device and do the automation without installing anything on the PC. So it's a like external scriptable keyboard, kind of. And it can turn itself into a mouse or a gamepad or even different device. So Bluetooth Low Energy. Actually, USB HID is also super simple. But step by step. So Bluetooth Low Energy. Each device that you have around, like your smartwatch, your Bluetooth, headphones, each of them exposes a JSON, something like a JSON. It's not exactly JSON, it's almost identical to JSON. A JSON-like tree. And in this tree, there are properties. And when you have a property, you can read this property to get its value. Properties are, it's not fully JSON because it's not text-like, it's binary, this Bluetooth Low Energy structure. You can read from those properties. You can send a write request to a property. So you can say, I have, for example, headphones, Bluetooth Low Energy headphones. They have a property where you can write audio samples. You write samples and they are played by the headphones. Super simple. And devices can send you notifications. So
Got it. Nice. But whole configuration of scripting would be done on some PC and then transferred to remote S32 to connect it to console, etc.
Luminordev says,
Do people make maps, etc. with Unity or other tools?
Yeah. I don't know about Unity. I will talk more about this Automat on ESP. Yeah. ESP has no interface, so it would have to be accessed remotely. Oh, I didn't mention there is one more way of doing this. So those are free strategies. There is the last one. The last one is definitely possible. The last one is the Ansible approach. So the Ansible approach, Ansible is a remote configuration tool. And Ansible can remotely control and configure arbitrary system, Windows, macOS, Linux. You can probably even configure smartphones using Ansible. And the way it works is, first you have to establish some sort of connection that gives you root access. And you tell Ansible, hey, you can use this connection to invoke commands, and Ansible basically starts invoking commands remotely. So
Marek Kowalski says,
But you have to have Python installed on the remote server, if I remember correctly.
yeah, Python or maybe not even. Maybe you don't even need Python. Maybe you just need a bash or like some shell environment. I don't remember. I was using Ansible a little bit. So this is another approach of doing this. It is probably, in this approach, you would have Automat running on your local PC, and when you connect the ESP, you would be able to, for example, machine code scripting, you would be able to do something like machine code scripting that would then be pushed into the ESP, flashed into the ESP firmware. I don't like this because this is not a direct programming approach. And not a direct manipulation. It's more like traditional programming, so I'm not a fan of this. This is the last resort. And if this is the only option, then I'm not even sure we want to go this way. Yeah, so Bluetooth Low Energy. This is basically what Bluetooth Low Energy is. The interface for working with Bluetooth Low Energy should be super simple. It's not super simple because for some reason technology is complicated, but in principle this is how it works. Yeah, and USB HID is another protocol that is used for input devices. Again, it's needlessly complicated. All of the documentation online you will find, it's... I don't know, I think some people just enjoy making things complicated. The USB HID, they also love some crazy terminology.
M4G Chero says,
Cheap viewers on streambrew.com remove the...
Luminordev says,
What is that Streamlabs chatbox widget you using? Seems cool.
Huh. you can open this one. It's on live.automat.org. And this is the same web page. So USB HID. USB HID is another way that devices like keyboards and mouse and VR controllers, that they talk with the operating system. So in this approach, each device, when it connects, it presents a descriptor of what it is, like a short description of what it is. For example, hey, I am a device which has 24 keys. It has 6 floating point axes that you can manipulate, and they are grouped into those, like one controller that has 2 axes, other controller which has 2 axes, third controller which has 1 axe, fourth controller which has 1 axe. So each device tells the operating system, this is a descriptor of how I'm looking. And there is a very specific binary format. And then when it starts working, it also tells you what reports it can actually send to the device. And this is another binary format. So after it explains to you what this device is and what reports, so this is actually a very powerful thing because it allows each device to define a custom protocol for itself. So if some device is like a mouse, it only has the relative positioning. It can say, hey, I can only do relative positioning. But if it's something like a tablet, the tablet has absolute positioning where you touch it. It can tell you, hey, I can report you like absolute positions. And each device can tell you basically what is the encoding used for sending those reports. And after that, it starts sending the reports. Just streams the reports. And it's also possible for the PC to send reports back to the device. Those are different reports. They are all described by the device. Basically, the device tells you the protocol that it follows. Yeah, and that's it. This is USB HID. And if you have a custom gaming mouse, for instance, which supports macros, then the control program for this mouse, the manufacturer's, macro utility or the configuration program, it talks over a proprietary, like each manufacturer has their own configuration HID interfaces. So if you look at a mouse, if you actually start like looking into what it actually reports,
URL.
Save to use.
Yep. This is literally connecting to my streaming PC. So you are those values here are literally the streaming overlay that's running here. If you can hack it, you will get access of my streaming PC. And the accounts, the login process is designed to be safe. I mean, yeah, there are no third parties involved. in this login except the streaming platforms. So each USB device typically exposes a couple of protocols, and some of those protocols are understood by the OS.
Oh, you made this.
And some of those protocols are like proprietary extensions. And once you see the data flowing through, they can be reverse engineered. So they are often used for flashing. So if you have a gaming mouse, it's sometimes possible to update the firmware on the mouse. And this is how it's done. Like over USB, the device exposes some secret protocol. I mean, it's not so secret, it's actually, the device literally tells you what it expects. It's just, there is no software that can talk this. Yeah. And you can do whatever you want over USB HID. If you have your own device, you can come up with your own profile. Anyway, this is a tangent. Like today we actually want to work on the rendering layer within Automat. But I just wanted to mention that if we can put Automat on a microcontroller, then we can actually use those protocols to do emulation of arbitrary physical devices in a very fun way. It would be really cool if we could create custom devices like that that would be able to control other computers, essentially. Okay. But we've been talking about the keyer. So after we fix those two things, the iconified bit and movement of iconified objects, there is something that has been bugging me about the keyer. So I need to make a better learning tool for this. So I think after I'm done with the Automat for today, we will work on this. This will be post-stream. And this is because I don't want to kind of get too deep into this, but the way you type keys on this thing, on this kind of shorting keyboard, is totally different than you type on QWERTY, because you have to always be one letter ahead. So you cannot enter the next letter before you know what the letter after it is going to be. Kind of. So you need two letter. So you need to do to type efficiently. So you can type by just, spamming keywords. Like I can spam, I don't know, D-I-U-F. No, I can spam keys, but the thing is, when I'm doing this, when I'm pressing those keys, I keep releasing them. So I press D-I, and the optimal way is not to do D-I, it's to do D-I, to release just one key. And this is muscle memory. this is something that has to be trained. So I need a better kind of learning tool to figure this out. But this is... it's not automatic later. So we'll do this after fixing this glitch. So let's start. So recently I've been using Z more and more, and I miss the pretty appearance of VS Code. I guess this is what we're using now. Z is much better at AI than cursor. Okay, let's start with this movement. Let me see. I'm pretty sure the issue is somewhere here. Yeah, we cannot just reset the anchor. That's wrong. That's just wrong. So what we need to do is we need to grab the matrix. So now I want to grab the... no, this is fine. I shouldn't be using this, I should be using this static method. So this is a very old trick. It's about taking one representation, like taking the position and scale, moving it into another representation where it's safe. Like we are basically taking the position of the object on screen, and the matrix, it kind of represents this. It represents the position of the object on screen. Then we can perform arbitrary changes and then reconstruct missing values to match the on-screen position. And I think that should be fixed basically. So the first bug should be fixed now. Surprising that this works. Okay, this one jumps. This one doesn't. This one doesn't. Why is this one jumping? Maybe the issue is in the drop location now. Let's see. Okay. I think I need to do the same thing to all of the widgets. No. The widgets are actually behaving properly when I do the drop. We do need some logging. Have a utility for logging here, Skia, and print Skia matrices straight to the console. One thing I know for sure is that at this point the matrix is correct and all of those, this set of properties is correct. I know. I missed something different. I should call this function, yeah. Because some objects, even when you clear their local anchor override, they will still give you some weird anchor position. What? is concerning that it crashed. Actually, it read the anchor properly. Wasn't the issue.
CP Chica says,
Hello.
Hey. I was just talking about something that you might know some things about. So there is this. Okay, the stuff below this line. There are some ideas that putting Automat on top of ESP32 would actually open some cool possibilities, like the ability to emulate, to create custom programmable devices. So it wouldn't be so much as a macro playback utility, but it would basically allow you to build, you know, input devices, just generally speaking. And I've been playing a little bit with RTOS. It is still, I haven't went through the menu config yet. There is so much, you know, options that you have when you use it. Anyway, I was thinking about how to fit Automat on an ESP, and there are a couple ideas that could actually make it possible. I'm just thinking around. I want to repeat this kind of when you are around, because you may have some kind of thoughts on this. So one place where this could be inserted is that objects, like macro recorder. Let's go at macro recorder. They are actually fairly lightweight. Like a single object like macro recorder is this is actually a beefy one, but it's still tiny. It's like a couple hundred bytes, and
I mean, if you can handle instructions, so technically you could use Automat as VM for debugging low-level code.
yeah, exactly. It would be nice if it was actually running on the ESP, and it would offer you just a nice interface, like a nice graphical interface where you can connect to and then graphically can configure what you want the device to do. If there is, for instance, a GPIO that you want to read, you could insert this GPIO as a kind of object, and then you could read it either in this like imperative style where you just, you know, do the like, read GPIO and do that, or you can create some kind of reactive network of objects. It would be just a way to program the ESP to do what you want. But if you had access to do it on device without a programming language, I think that would be fun. It would be like a visual way to program ESP32 in real time. Maybe even without the need to reflash it. I mean, flashing. Maybe it could even reflash itself. I don't know if that's possible.
And if you need more than system gives, you can use good old SD cards for extending storage.
Oh, I haven't thought of that. Yeah, because the main limitation that I'm thinking of doing this properly is memory. Because Skia, when I was building it, the most optimized variants, it was something like 4, maybe more, 4 or 8 megabytes. I think it can be reduced with proper kind of configuration, but it is a lot of memory, and very few ESP variants have this amount of program memory to spare. If this could run. Yeah. Then the only risk is the size of this, the bandwidth that we will need to send the drawing commands over.
Yes, self-reflashing is just live patching, very much done all over the place like Android TVs.
Yeah, and ESP has completely different, there are different versions of ESP with completely different hardware architectures. There is ARM one that I think most people use, or I'm not sure if it's ARM, maybe it's not, who knows. There is RISC version, and we could even have this machine code, where you could remotely build a program out of machine code that would then that would literally use all of the capabilities of the device. Yeah, I think this would be a nice project. And there are other places where we could actually insert it. I'm not sure if it's possible to do rendering on ESP. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's a computer, right? It can run any code we send there. But it probably wouldn't be efficient to stream video from ESP to a PC. I think that streaming the drawing commands is much more likely to be feasible. Yeah. Once we have Automat running on an ESP, then we can kind of do the input emulation, but from a position where we don't have to fight with operating system APIs anymore, because the operating system will basically do what we tell it to do. It's like having an access, a root level access to basically any PC. Because once you plug in the keyboard, the keyboard is assumed to be the user, right? The user has full control.
Marek Kowalski says,
But KVM over IP can stream video like JekVM. It could open possibility for even OCCAR, maybe?
TP Chica says,
Just out of curiosity, do you mind sharing your total list Emacs magic?
So Emacs, look at org mode. This is the only reason to use Emacs, actually. I'm not using the Lisp stuff, I'm only using this for priorities. There is some calendar mode here. It can export to LaTeX. It's crazy. Okay. KVM over IP. Actually wonder how do those devices work. They do proper video streaming, right? Because you can hook up input and video. Let me check something.
Marek Kowalski says,
I have one connected to my server via USB and HDMI. Look up JekVM.
Okay, I first want to read about failure. Makes sense. This looks good. HDMI video capture, yeah, this is the hard part. So ESP32 is actually kind of powerful. It has 2 cores that execute at like 240 megahertz. This is just insane speed. Like it's well below a smartphone or a desktop PC, but with 240 megahertz, there is, if you can fiddle with the code and fine-tune the machine instructions, there is very little you cannot do. If you have constantly running 2 cores, you can do stuff. It seems to have been a problem with USB enumeration. It couldn't connect to HDMI. Invalid descriptor? Oh yeah, this is what I was talking about, USB descriptors. This is it. This is one of those descriptors. It tells you what the device is. Okay, I think this could be interesting. AVM approach is also interesting. So this would be a little bit like KVM. Actually, no, each of them could work with the KVM. And each of them will require some kind of video streaming. But okay, we'll play with this. Yeah, once we have Automat running on a microcontroller, then we can spoof whatever profiles we want. Whatever USB HID descriptors we want, we can spoof whatever Bluetooth Low Energy GATT profiles we want, and the operating systems will just do what we tell them to do. I wonder where the crash is happening. It's reproducible, so I will run this in debug mode. Fire Tracy and see how the stack trace looks. Okay, so Automat should be somewhere there. Yeah, it's here. Okay, just dropping an object causes a crash. Show me the stack. The distractor 187. Location wake animation. I moved this. this was here at the start of the function. Why does it have to be at the start? I don't know. Okay, things are not moving. Things are not moving. Nice. Okay, one bug fixed. Okay. Okay, let's do the iconified bit now. Let's find all references. It's only used from location HH.
Back to Emacs, it could be very good ID if you put some time for configuration or use some prepared distro like Doom Emacs.
Yeah, possibly. There are so many edge cases in user interface that you have to handle, so... Especially with the AI coding assistants. Emacs not great. Honestly, other editors are also not that great. Z is very responsive, but it's very kind of minimal. It's like... It's just a very fast text display, kind of. Go to check. So widget base. Okay, so far widget base was nice. Because all of those properties, I mean, the single field that it has, is actually necessary for the object. And this iconified bit may not be so necessary anymore. was thinking about creating a new interface. Lots of people call this I something. It's a terrible convention. I don't like it. I mean, maybe it's not so terrible. I'm just not using it in my project, so it would be very confusing. I think we will do this. I will get rid of this. We will do the Iconification change, but first I will introduce this interface and I will change all of the APIs to work with this interface rather than the base class. Because the point of the interface is to expose the virtual functions. Widget base, we have a lot of it. Let's do find and replace. No cycles. Stay, this should stay, stay, stay. Not to replace. Only some of them can be changed. It's tricky to only change the ones which have to be altered. So this is using the Go kind of design architecture where you always try to return in Go you typically accept the interfaces and you return concrete types. This is kind of it's slightly different, it's an interface. Changed. This has to be changed, and it's because I want it to be possible for objects to return instances that are not derived from widget base. Let's see what are the compilation errors, because I will have to move some of the functions from here to here. This interface now. I think this custom iconification function is not going to be necessary, because this is going to be the job of this class to keep track of the iconification state. I think with and text we probably also, no, these are not necessary. Cool. Now I don't feel bad for putting iconified in here. And right here, Hmm. So there are a couple of ways I could implement this. So option A is this is one. Option 2 is something like this. This will make it easier to react changes in the interface. It's probably something that would make sense in a lot of occasions. I think get iconified and is iconified and set iconified. This is the right way. Okay, because this is a virtual function, this allows the implementation to react to requests for iconification and, for example, start animation. This custom iconification, we also need it here. Get rid of this. And to fix all the errors. Okay, I'll be right back. I could check the iconified property directly here, but let's follow the interface. I think compiler could actually de-virtualize this. Okay, get scale base. I think this function, get scale base, really should be part of the widget interface. I think this get base scale should just be propagated. Actually, I should go away from scale and position and use the matrices all the time. All of the functions should be moved out of location eventually. Hmm. This actually changes the property. This must change a property in the object in the location. We really need to move scale and position out. This will work. This will be wrong, but this will work. There's no point in checking if object widget is null or not, because it will crash anyway. And why is it so small? What's up with that? This one is iconified, but for some reason doesn't show it. It's realization, I think. Okay, this is strange. Should not be so small. It's everything I'm touching suddenly. Okay, the objects which were serialized, half of them is iconified for some reason. It's reading uninitialized data.
CP Chica says,
I might have working application, but my application destructor is multi-threaded.
This is actually one of the hardest parts of multi-threading. Some sensible multi-threaded distraction. There are three approaches that I know of that work. There is the shared pointer approach, where distraction can happen on any thread. It says Iconify. There is garbage collection and there is the free lists. There is some approach where when an object is destroyed, it adds itself to a distraction kind of queue. And then this distraction queue eventually runs. It's a way of shifting the distractor call out and maybe making it safe to destroy some objects. Maybe that was this aliasing cross. I am dropping const, I am finding the closest location. In Automat, we still don't have distraction for objects. They are just kind of... I mean, objects are destroyed, but widgets, they are tricky to destroy. Yep. There is basically just one thread which can manage widgets. And it starts some helper threads to render them. Is iconified 0? Ow. Ow. How is this happening? This is the same address. This is the same location object. Okay. This is a different object widget. What? I think I know. Is this hybrid adapter? Yep, that was the reason. So this bug should have been only affecting old objects. I should really fix all of those old objects to use the new system. This cleanup work keeps piling on and on. It may seem like I'm just constantly cleaning up, but oh no, Iconification exposed a lot of issues. De-iconify and iconify. This object has a slightly broken shape, and it's going to have a custom iconification on this one. Okay, time to remove all of the logging. So the next step of this cleanup would probably be to move position and scale into object widget base and widget interface. I can commit this. Actually, because iconification is now tracked by the... No, I still need this custom iconification to tell location whether scale should be adjusted or not. I think base scale is the next one. Need a moment. Is this got scale used? When I call this, I needed to construct current transform. Well, those are two implementations. They are different.
I just realized why FMT has switched to struct instead of function-based formatting.
Something changed in FMT?
They didn't change the API, but they have added FMT, formatter, long time ago.
Okay, so you can either give an function or a struct. My guess would be because of template metaprogramming. Because in struct you can pass some extra info.
With structs, you can also exploit concurrency.
Concurrency for formatting.
They don't do it, but I've seen people do it when writing to buffer.
For API design, struct is probably nicer because it's also extensible. That's when I iconify. This is 0.
template struct formatter, his whole definition of struct, good eself. Then they do some template shenanigans to checks that it implements what they expect. Save way Rust compiler does for traits. And go interfaces.
It's probably useful for selecting the most optimized version, the most optimized implementation of some logic with fallbacks. Looking at this because I was wondering that maybe I could get rid of this scale and position interface.
Basically rewrite it in Rust meme, but they kept it in CP Project Guru. So I'm basically going to remove this and move it into here. It was a nice warning. It'd be a bug otherwise.
Now, when all of the function calls in a class look like that, this is a signal that probably this function belongs somewhere else. The problem is that we still have this wake animation. Oh, this is the only place where I'm still using this function. I think this is not necessary anymore, because the object can just wake its own animation. I think I can remove this custom iconification function. So we don't have this, but we now have the base K. Okay, I removed a couple of lines. Okay, I would say we have done this iconified bit. And now we should probably go over the basically all of the objects and change their pointer handling to make sure that they are not activated when iconified. Grab all of the objects first. So we have this. This one. So the first one is the. I will close this so that we can see them all at the same time. Okay. Grab a window. Okay, let's first start with this one. This one clearly can be interacted with when it's iconified. Okay, so this one actually doesn't have any handlers directly, but it has child objects. And this is something we can actually play with. And maybe it's actually perfect. Yeah, and I think half of the objects will immediately become non-interactive. Oh, that should be the opposite of this. We have to iconify for it to start working. It's interactive, this is interactive. It's interactive. So let's iconify this one. And it's not interactive anymore. Iconify this one. Yeah, and it's asleep. Ooh. Nice. And this one is interactive now. And now it's not. This one didn't actually have any interesting events. This one, yeah, it's no longer interactive. Okay, this one seems to still have some interactivity. Yeah. So we'll have to tweak the timeline. Can still grab this and it's there. Timeline widget, find action. Okay. Yeah, we don't want anything to be returned. No, no. When it is iconified, we still want this widget base to respond to click so that it can be dragged. Yeah, now I can drag it. Anywhere. By the iconify, I can move it again. So this one works, 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 works. This one works. I don't want to show custom options. Maybe I should. She doesn't hurt. This one is still interact. So the next one is the OCR. My dog wants something. Okay, we have to do a break in the stream, so I will be right back. My dog just needs attention. I was here in this Tesseract OCR. Okay, widget should be somewhere here. Select widget, exactly. Bunch of funny functions. This is the last one that we want to fix. Actually, this is interesting. So now it's possible to create this fancy state overlap when I change the iconification status when the pointer is over the widget. Yeah, just to be safe, I will not check that thing. So this should not be activated, this pointer move. I can still move it around, unfortunately. Find action. Still active. I wonder why this section is not active. Was it broken before? What's happening in here? Mode 1 or... We are detecting this mode, so this get cursor for mode must be broken. Apparently it's not implemented on Linux. Yeah. Okay, so this icon is now fixed. Okay, I can still pick objects out of this deck of cards and I can still scroll it when it's tiny. So the instruction library is another thing that we have to update. I really need this format on save. Oh, it's working. And that should fix most issues. Yeah, don't scroll, don't click. I can still de-iconify. Now it's working again. And I think that was the last one. I need a moment. So this is it. That was the kind of run for Automat for today. Eventually we'll have to look to move all of the other things. I think this is actually a project that we can leave maybe for spring, so we'll do spring cleaning in Automat. So looking at the roadmap, get it to like fix all of the bugs. So this is for 2025. And in 2026, I think we will start the year with a big new project. And this is going to be the built-in Python/C++ environment. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to look at the keyer. Stop this. So I have this sweet layout here, and I would like to grab this layout and create a set of learning exercises for typing those characters. Maybe some changes upstream. So I've run this beam optimizer to improve the layout, but the result was worse than the original one. I mean, it improved it a little bit, but I don't want that.
Low pass effect.
these positions where the middle finger is released are not so nice to type. U was the same. I. Yeah. T, apparently here there is plenty of letters with this issue. Okay. So my goal is to create a web-based typing tutor or right here. One, I think the tutor should receive the layout somehow. I don't know how, text file, JSON file, whatever. And then we should analyze this and create a bunch of exercises. So there is one type of, the most important type of exercise is how to switch from one common letter to another common letter. And I don't think we should focus on random letters, for example, at switching from tab to I, because this doesn't make sense. Maybe it does. We should go through frequency. But not all of the combinations have to be learned, actually. There are some combinations where you are kind of expected to lift your finger at the end. Those are the one with just one key. This is E, R, equals apparently, and minus. What? Minus. Okay, it's actually very popular in identifiers. I guess this is why it's in programming. It was assigned to such an important key. space. This is control. X and Z. So those chords, they can be taught in separately. They don't have any combos. There is type of chord where a single finger switches positions. There are chords where maybe not one finger, but so those are the most important to learn in a very principled way, because if you have your muscle memory wrong for those, you're screwed. You're going to enter them incorrectly, inefficiently. This is a funny combination of letters. So the most used letters and the least frequently used letters, they belong basically to the same category. I guess the technique for this is slightly different. Okay, Then there are two more patterns where you have some fingers pressed and you have to basically release one of them. They are the hardest to enter, these patterns. It's really tricky. So how could the tutor work? I think it will get a sequence of keys that should be learned. And it will give you exercises where you press the key that you know and mix it with some new keys. And the idea is that we are kind of progressing through the list, one key at a time, and each key is given to you and you are learning basically combinations, combos of this key combined with all of the other ones that you already know. So just for the English alphabet, this will be 650 exercises. More if we combine it with punctuation. Punctuation is probably not a big issue. It's until 8. How do I enter 8? Like that. Nice, 6 and 9 are so similar. And 7... Seven is kind of unique. Actually, the combination with space is very similar. This. Let's say I want to learn those letters. They're not going to learn space. None of those capital letters. Although they would be nice as well. Why did it remove quotes? This is not legal. Like, it's a string that says 0. maybe in JavaScript it's fine.
Book says.
Hey, everyone.
Hey, I think canvas-based rendering will be the right solution here. No screwing with HTML. Okay. Training loop will look like that. First we will learn the sequence that looks like that. Okay, and I like the canvas-based rendering because when I'm giving a key sequence to learn, I can literally show what you have to press. There could be a visualization, a timeline showing which keys should be pressed at what time. Actually, flat zeros here. So in all of those, I'm a little scared to trust it. In all of those sequences, I'm not using my pinky finger, so I just eliminated it. But I think it's worth to keep it around. It will be useful for punctuation characters or underscores. This one will be tricky. Yep. That looks reasonable. And I am obviously not going to implement all of this myself. It's a lot of work. Cloud code. We are going to use cloud code. the AI kind of needs this high-level guidance, because otherwise it would, let's put everything in a single file, it would just create a huge mess. It's weird to me that the AI starts with the renderer. This is very weird. Like I have no idea how the renderer will look like. The right way to start this is actually from the top level, from tutor.js. Again, it's doing silly things. I will tell you it's not looking great. Okay, this is nice. Decent performance. This is going to be incredibly inefficient. Also, this is wrong. It's not checking for known bgrams, only for known characters, and whether it contains a bgram. This is not what I asked it for. Still running. Let's try 8001. Okay. Hey, it actually one-shotted something that almost works. I'm not sure what this means. Oh, I guess this is thumb. Ah, it's showing the chord for the front letter. why this doesn't work. It's because I need to in layout tutor. Or not. What? No, no, no. The fact that it's saying refresh the page at localhost is kind of weird. The AI has a talent for picking nice colors. You have to give it that. There are so many things to be fixed here. I'm afraid to look at the code. Render. At least it's kind of separated nicely. Maybe it's a decent structure actually. I don't like to pass arguments around. When I have an application like that, I would rather just rely on the global state. So the code that the AI produces, it has so much unnecessary encapsulation. Like this whole application, it's a single integrated module. It's only split into separate files for separation of concerns. And having to pass this all around is just canvas. Canvas is not part of the state, come on. Yeah, and it mixes up stuff, really. I wonder why does it have 3 vectors here? What's the point of the words? If there is target text and typed text, what are the words? Yeah, it was so messed up. It loves to place everything in a single file. This has to be removed. I told it to use the global state. Nice. It actually looks good now. Reviewing code written by AIs. Ugh. Let's see whether it behaves according to spec.
The Peachika says,
Per token-based Apis MechCP server be like, we will use our AI to review code generated by AI. Stonks squared, Akito usage 5 tokens.
Actually, I was using Cloud Code a couple months back, and then token usage was actually a problem, and right now it just seems to... it just flies. Okay. And all of the problems are always solved by introducing new variables. It never removes stuff. What's the purpose of the words variable? Words. Is up with this word per minute.
Funland 999 says,
Do you have any suggestions on how to learn coding?
Yeah. So this is something that I think many times tutorials are good. Official tutorials, especially if there is some... I guess Rust became very popular because Rust has a really nice programming introduction. There is similar for Go. none of those. Anyway, those tutorials, they have lessons typically. And the plan is that you read a lesson, it teaches you something, some new tricks, and then you try to to build some toy projects out of the thing that you learned in the most recent lesson. And you repeat this after each lesson. You do like one lesson per day, and it tends to work quite nicely. This is totally broken. Yeah. So my advice is to follow some tutorial or a book or something like that and intertwine it with experimentation.
Thank you.
And it's much easier to learn coding when you enjoy it. If this is something that you do because you have to do, like sometimes at school people are literally forced to learn programming, then it's not going to be particularly enjoyable. Fresh. Yeah, explaining all of this is like talking with an alien. Recent performance. The recent performance also shouldn't be part of the state. it really wants to keep track of this performance. I mean, I'm even being passive-aggressive in my prompts right now. So... Okay. Okay, let's keep improving this. I'm not sure what is the progress here. And this representation is actually much cleaner. The one with 2 arrows. This.
CP Chica says,
Funland Nina 99 if you are still here when you learn enough that writing code feels natural. Try building HTTP server from scratch. Even though it's not simplest of projects, it covers all aspects of programming and software engineering in general.
Yeah. Maybe except Vulkan, right? But I agree. It has multi-threading because you have to handle multiple clients. Obviously you have network, you have parsing, you have security. The advancement logic for space is broken.
I believe headless Vulcan can be covered here.
Yeah, maybe some template formatting could be done with Vulkan compute shaders. You know, if the server is like very popular, you know, you have like so many users.
I have never played with this, to be honest.
URL.
Oh yeah, this is something that I was actually accidentally hitting. If you pass some wrong parameters when you're initializing Vulkan, it's basically not able to connect with the window, and it offers you, hey, maybe you want to render something to an off-screen texture. Yeah, this is something that you can trigger accidentally. Yeah, I also never used it. I did use CUDA, the CUDNN, the neural network library that NVIDIA publishes. And honestly, it wasn't like GPU programming at all. It was just like very fast library to do networks.
Imagine having server-side rendered games.
Yeah, you mean Stadia? I was a Stadia subscriber. There are more. I think PlayStation Now does this still.
I mean, if server and client both support Vulkan, on server you can render 2 in memory frame buffer, and draw it on client from else4 compressed data from server's frame buffer.
Yeah. This is actually a pretty sweet protocol, and if you combine it with, for example, the ability of the server to capture your desktop, you can kind of stream your desktop this way. I wonder how that would work.
New protocol incoming. VK HTTPs.
Does GPU support like LZ4? I thought LZ4 is a general purpose compression, not a GPU, not a texture compression.
No, you'll only content header VK frame buffer. Imagine QR laying something from internet and getting rickrolled if your GPU support Vulkan.wa.
You talk of those Vulkan extensions as... I mean, when I dealt with Vulkan, even stuff like measuring time is still not stabilized. People still argue how the API for measuring GPU time should work in Vulkan. That's something I would say it's fairly essential, the graphics API.
Doesn't GPU have 3-time connections lines on PC lane?
I have no idea. I know though that the GPU has its own clock that even can drift at a different rate from the main CPU.
I know it has 2 clock SPQs well. GPU is basically a computer on its own. But doesn't it also need access to system RTC clock? And one control communicating with CPU clock ...
I'm not that deep. Never touched it. I would be happy if my Intel GPU just reported this time, whichever. Like, it can pick the easiest one to report.
Harshit Sharma says.
Hi.
Hey, I'm doing some slightly frustrating exercises here with the AI. But I would say overall, like this stuff, that was really fast. It rendered the chords super quickly.
CP Chica says.
Just checked pretty much all DPUs have one reference clock at 100 megahertz, one on GPU, and then depending on what GPU is doing all but system EO lanes, can be also used as clock lane.
Yeah. For some reason, they still don't want to report this time.
Harshit Sharma says.
Can you read portfolio?
Yeah, it depends. If you're trying to sell me something, then no. And there is this trend on Twitch. You're from YouTube, so maybe you're an actual, like, normal person. But on Twitch, there is plenty of people who come. They ask you to review their portfolio, just like you say, and it's actually just a bunch of low-quality graphics that they try to sell.
know.
Go ahead, send it over.
TP Chica says.
What portfolio? Stock portfolio? You don't own no voodoo stonk, you are losing.
Yeah, it's hard to say how the future of Nvidia is going to look like. Actually, I need to accelerate to 30. Please stop, stop, stop.
Harshit Sharma says.
How to send you link?
CP Chica says.
I got about 2K from Envodoo dividend in last 4 years.
Nice.
Harshit Sharma says.
BSDK BTA DOI.
TP Chica says.
UUB does not allow copy pasting URLs.
I thought this was a website. Yeah. How is it so hard to keep a rolling average? AI. AI. Oh.
Parshit 20,000 says.
You are reviewing or not?
I mean, I could, but how do I find it? I tried this address, bsdkbtad, it's nothing here.
URL.
This looks cool. CSS. Nice. Yeah, this is well above my level. I know how to make HTML, but I don't know how to make it look so modern. Yeah, I like that this is using proper HTML and not an image. This is a cool website, like really impressive. I mean, things are missing from here, but sweet. The style, everything.
CP Chica says.
I have more important question. Why every pinned GitHub project isn't deployed properly?
Every pinned GitHub project. I mean those.
But site itself definitely catches the eye. You just need to fill in the data.
Yeah, and the more things I find on this site, the more impressive it is. I like the links to all of the profiles. Those are also the profiles that somebody who would hire you is kind of interested in. So a company I worked for actually did background checks for people who were going to work. Who were coming to work. So they were literally like researching you online. It wasn't anybody from the company, it was like an external company that did the review for them. That makes this background research a lot easier, I guess. Yeah, and it's also fun because when I was interviewing people, the CV actually was kind of like a thing that we browsed but it wasn't actually important at all. But it was in just software engineering in general. It wasn't anything web related. Yeah, everything that mattered for the hiring decision was actually what happened during the interview. But this website is really, really cool.
Harshit 20,000 says,
I am still working on it. Not completed yet.
Yeah. Honestly, if you are writing anything online, that would be a nice website, not just as a CV, but to just, share your stuff. Really cool one. Nice animation.
TP Chica says,
When I get CV in hands, I read name, where person is from, and footnotes about projects. Maybe just take quick look at etched profiles in CV.
Yeah. The one thing that CV was most useful to me was for small talk, for casual conversations. Because, you see what somebody has worked on. If they worked in some, I don't know, real-time, low-latency trading, for instance, I can ask about that, and we can talk about this. It's an opportunity for people to talk about something that they know, to ask somebody about a topic that somebody knows deeply. Yeah. Oh, and a favicon.
Harshit 20,000 just followed on Twitch.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah. Super impressed. In the meantime, we can look at AI struggling to make it work. Another issue.
Personally, when I interview, I have 15-minute small talk session about projects and pick relevant technical theme from project they seem most comfortable with. Even though simplest project I saw in CV in last 12 months was do-ray implementation in Zig, using kernel aps.die.
That was the simplest. I mean, yeah, it was just calling syscalls. Okay, this words per minute tracking is busted. I need to see how it's done.
And funny enough, person who wrote that never studied comp sci or software engineering. Actually, they worked as AC installers until like June this year.
It's fun, yeah. I never expected somebody totally from outside the field to start with Zig.
And when they came in on their first day, they were like, "Why did you guys hire me?" And my manager, was like, "At least you know where and how hardware breaks."
Let's go to tutor.
You are missing hammer. You go buy hammer, not new screwdriver set at.
Yeah, I once... So I worked in security, right? But we had those meetings about design of some new account recovery system. Anyway, for the purpose of the meeting, there was this user researcher. It was like some woman, and she attended the meetings, and at one point she actually did a presentation, for us, to show us what she found out by doing interviews with people and asking them to do something and, taking notes. UX researcher, like, that was her whole job. It's amazing to have somebody like that, next to you. And she was... I think she might have suffered from the imposter syndrome, because even though the stuff that she did, it was one of the most valuable things that we could have, gotten as programmers. We had no idea what users are doing with the software. And she totally wasn't aware of this. She thought that she was unnecessary during those meetings, and that she didn't really contribute with anything valuable. And like, her presentations were like the main reason I was going there. Yeah, UX research. Okay, this code is actually not that messed up. We are taking now minus last chart time. Maximum 5 seconds, good, perfect. I had no idea you can do this in JavaScript. Oh. So you can just put a boolean without a colon and without a value. That's a nice trick. If we are at the end, we do complete exercise. Generate a new exercise and continue. Here we don't need 2 characters to calculate words per minute because we are storing just differences. Okay, this should be +1 here. Not sure. Yeah. Oh, it also fixed this mistake, nice. See if it still works.
I guess it's that time of the year I remove my dry cooler from my home office.
Yeah, for me that was... I don't have a cooler. But I already fired up the heating this year. Okay, we are starting to make it look nicer. I will bump this.
Fancy piece of Japan tech. You put dry ice block inside, and it slowly sublimates. You place it in front of intake fans of PC, and connect outtake fans back to it. And I turns that CO2 from dry ice using algae.
So I see how it cools by evaporating or sublimating, but the last bit about algae,
PC intake is at 5 Celsius, and what comes out of dry cooler is 18 Celsius breathable air, effectively turning you PC into AC unit for small room.
What's the point of the words variable? Seems to be global. Generate exercise. Seems to create words.
I guess Nunic investment was worth saving around 1.5k on electricity in last 3 years. I've had it, and I haven't had to replace algae yet, since cooler is just a box with some tubes. Nothing can break, apart from aquarium for algae depot.
Can you send a link? I cannot imagine how this thing works. It's... Be right back. Okay. This now looks pretty cool. It's so weird to explain something to LLM that you could do in just, without pressing any keys. But it has to be done this way because otherwise the LLM is going to revert it at the next opportunity. Thank you. Okay, so we are increasing the phase. If we are at phase 2, then we want to advance the old index. Okay. And it should also call save state. Let's see if this works. Is the old index 0, new index 0.
Can't seem to dig out the thread blank. You'll have to look into my old emails. But here is quick sketch how it looks like.
URL. Outtake or intake? Oh, a PC blows the air this way. Sucks, and here passes it through PC and blows out the 18 degrees. Interesting.
Yes, PC is cold and warm out. Cooler is cold and got warm in. Funny enough, I think osmosis barrier was most expensive piece in the package.
There's one more thing. Generate exercise.
I wonder how they made osmosis barrier that can operate at like 1 promille of overpressure when comaprid to atmosphere.
This device still seems very... I'd never heard of anything similar. There are algae, there is dry CO.
BK's BL-Dazzle lung barrier is at 10 atm of pressure difference.
Doesn't make sense. I would like to rewrite this in a different style. There's no need to comment those things. Yeah, basically all of this fancy logic is here. So we're advancing phase. If phase reaches maximum, we reset it. We increment all the index. Once all the index reaches new index, we reset it, increment the new one. Yeah. Okay.
go back to plan. So first we should train the new alone. And only then we will have this new alt, and then random word. So we will have a two-phase setup. I will actually remove the face completely. Let's practice alternations. If we have been practicing alternations, then we are switching to if the index was identical, be right back.
Okay, so this is now the first stage of the process. Both indices are equal. And when this is complete, we set practice alterations to true, and we are starting from 0. After we finished practicing alterations, we set this to false. And after we finished maybe I will start with old index set to -1. I will have to work on this peak words function. It does something. It's not exactly what I wanted to do.
This is not defined in render stats, of course.
Wojciech Krawczyk says,
Hey ho,
Hey, what's going on here? Old, undefined. 3-5. Render core. Oh yeah, yeah. Actually don't want this. Okay, now we are getting the single key practice. This looks pretty nice. I just have very small things to fix right now, like this accuracy bar. I would like to put it to the right.
do you now program with Kia?
Not yet, but I would like to start. This is why I'm making the tool for practicing the programming. My speed with
normal keyboard is decent, but with keyer I don't know. I cannot even type the full alphabet with a keyer. There's no way for me to use it for coding.
Yay. It also hard to learn something, as we are old now. Haha.
It actually works, it just takes time. I've been playing Beat Saber, and Beat Saber it feels very similar to typing on a keyboard. And the right way, like the thing that you notice playing Beat Saber is that if you have like a really long session of playing, your score, it plateaus, like it flattens. You cannot improve. But then you go to sleep, and the next day you try, and on your first attempt it's like significantly higher. So the muscle memory starts building at night after a lot of practice. So you don't really see the results very fast. So this is the tutor for keyer. It actually shows each key and the finger combination that can be used to enter it. Nice. I also want to move this text a little lower so that it's in the center. And this is, once it figures out how to move the text, the last thing we want to change is the word picker. This is totally wrong right now. This function pick words. And it should create text using bigrams that we already learned. Oh, I think we've just seen context compaction happening. I mean, it's like trolling me at this point. It's literally trolling me. Actually, 20 was fine. What font size is it using? $38. Yeah. This. Is still something wrong with word per minute calculation? Maybe this +1. It's actually wrong. Yeah, it was wrong. Cool. So how does it ping the words? Pick words. See if I can get
see if I can load it. It says loaded 170,000 words. Nice. I'm thinking about what's the best way to organize this. And yeah, I'm wondering. Generate drill pattern. It's used. It's not used. Actually, I will do one thing. I will do word list. So that has some issues editing large files. That's funny. I thought the whole point of Z was that it's very fast. Okay. Now I will put a semicolon here, I think.
Okay, what I want to do is I don't care about uses only known chars. I want to sort this word list and create an index so that I can quickly assemble the target the potential words that we can use. There's definitely some super efficient way of doing this. I'm just thinking if I want to play with this, because it's possible that this random words practice is actually going to be inferior to some other kind of practice. I'm not super sure I want to invest a lot of effort here. So I think given new index and old index, I can pick a number. Sorry. Big bigram index. is how many pairs we have. Minus. Okay, I think now I can go through the words one by one, and for each of them I will find the maximum bigram index within this word. This is a linear function. I can do it. Can I do this? I think I can.
Knight says,
How did that happen?
What do you mean?
Saferbook says.
Aha! YouTube deleted my comment. When I checked your Kier project on GitHub, I saw it has reached 266 stars in just 2 days. How did that happen? I see a lot of content about your Kier project on the internet. How did that happen?
Yeah. I was asking myself, it's probably something more, tangible, something that also it also comes with a lot of instructions on, building your own. And I guess this is more doing hardware hacking is probably more popular than speedrunning games. Yeah, I was also wondering, how is it possible that something that was done in, just a couple of days, posted online, gets more attention than project that we're working on for 2 years? Yeah, but that's nice. And Kier is connected to Automat because the point of this device is not to be used for just inputting keys. It's actually meant to be used as a computer where we will install, not necessarily this Kier, but Automat should run on microcontrollers so that it can emulate actual input devices. So it's a really nice platform. So I'm kind of happy that some people will install this firmware, because eventually we will upgrade it and put actual Automat in there.
Are you streaming it somewhere else? How did people find out about it?
Oh, I did post it on 3 different social networks. There is one on Reddit. This one. It was relatively popular. There was on Hacker News. Here. And people were asking about the video. I added the video actually to the README. And there was also Blue Sky post. Yeah, I know to, when I publish something, to post it everywhere I can. So I think Hacker News was the most important one because it got to the front page, and I think it was on the first position for some time on Hacker News. And a lot of the people who kind of wrote here are somehow related to the keyboard manufacturing industry. On Reddit, there was this one guy who makes Decatext. Yeah. And I've seen this device online before, and I really kind of like it. I like that it has all of the instructions printed right on top of the keyer. Even this long explanation of how you use it. This is really nice, really nice. This is the kind of design that I'm looking to for in Automat. Maybe it's not, super modern or super visually appealing, but it's interesting. Once you look at it, you want to decode what it all means and play with it. I haven't read the new comments. There are probably some new ones. Yeah, if you're asking about typing speed, my answer is not going to be satisfactory for this. I haven't even learned the full layout. I just know that entering some charts, like switching from D to E, is very interesting. It's a very different way of inputting text. Yeah, I will have to read through this. This is why I'm writing a layout tutor right now. It actually shows you what positions each finger should be to type a key, and it goes through several stages.
Nice, I see. I've noticed that there are a lot of people interested in this project online.
Yeah. That's good. It's fun. It's a nice hobby. Long time ago, it has one side effect. Long time ago, I learned Dvorak, and now I find it annoying to write in QWERTY, and most computers have QWERTY by default. So it's a pain to use almost any computers, except my own. So that is one downside of this thing. Right now I have a keyboard. Let's see if I can start it. Will this actually show anything? Yeah, it will. So right now I have this keyboard, which has a switchable layout, so I can switch between Dvorak and QWERTY with a key.
Yes, I've seen this keyboard style before, but yours is the first time I've seen it. Yeah, now I'm writing some pre-processing function in JavaScript to create a decent learning experience for the... Because I was using typing.com and it's awful. It's really meant to be used for a QWERTY layout. If you want to review it, some content has already been created about our project.
URL.
Let's see. Oh, whoa. this one, yeah? Alright. I want to see the original. Yeah, sweet. This is actually my favorite here implementation, this typeware thingy. It's... the positioning is nice.
Bro out here becoming famous meanwhile and doubting my logging system.
This is the one that has concurrent distractors. Yeah. So typeware is my favorite because all of the keys are... it's positioned way better than mine. Like, I didn't knew how to properly lay this out when I was doing this. And that guy clearly is on his, like, X iteration. He has a really nice locking mechanism here. And I think there is this feature where you can kind of flip it over. It works with a glove. But it's easy to add also maybe not easy. It's possible to add it mechanically. So just release it. Yeah, and now I'm free in this way.
On the application class for now for saving recreate info drive day.
Yeah, wait, that's fun. So when I have all those indices,
I mean, I have about 50-50 code. Doc split on my logging system.
this is a good... So it's good and bad, because code can get out of sync with docs. But I definitely love to use projects like that. It's like reading a well-written book. So this tells me what is the earliest point in training where I can show this word. I'm really trying to make this algorithm linear. I know it can be done linearly. The way that AI programs, it tends to decompose problems into functions that call each other, and the complexity, it tends to be like a naive algorithm, usually like n squared, or could even be exponential in many places. For this one is probably n squared, because I see it's computing bgrams per word. Okay. I think, yeah, this totally will work. We have these study lists, and let's do a small iteration and let's populate study lists with empty lists. Actually, no. Should cover the full sequence. Please get the big bigrams, this one. We don't need it. Contains bigram. We don't want it. Count free. We don't need to care about cars here. Nothing like that.
Low pass effect.
I will implement this in a moment. I want to investigate it a little bit.
Low pass effect.
I just want to take a look at console.
In writing docs for myself because I know it'll come back to some piece of code after 3 months and be like, what the hell is that? Actual implementation is around 500 lines of code.
URL.
Crossover of SPDOG and Quill.
I can tell you about how logging works at Google. It's actually not using text, and it makes it lack of text is actually helpful. I mean, you work with text as you work with logs as a text. but internally they are represented as protocol buffers. It makes it easier to separate concerns. I mean, it's kind of like using a class, kind of, except protocol buffers can be serialized. It's not that bad. It really looks like it needs documentation, because the main question I'm asking when I see this is, why are those features here? I mean, what's the use case? Or, I mean, location or game, okay. I guess it could be useful for debugging, right? Source code location. I like how Tracy keeps track of source code location. Oh, have you seen? Tracy has a built-in logging utility. So you can actually have logs which are kind of just dropped, but when you connect with Tracy to your program, the program starts streaming all the logs to the real-time high FPS visualizer.
I know about Tracy Massaggio, and that's about it.
Now it is actually loading for a moment. Maybe pre-compute this and put this, serialize the study lists. Actually, wait a moment. It's wrong. It's wrong.
One thing I like about Tracy, you can have as many traces as you want, and you won't really feel the code that executed behind the scenes.
Yeah, especially if you put it on a different machine. Do I pause it? Pause it, please, Conan. Okay, so I know that the first word, which is just the letter A, is index 4 somehow. Oh, it's 4th in the array.
I wonder how many doc comments will get removed once I get to a say an MVP stage. Well, one thing I learned about my failed one-week projects was I should have documented that.
I actually wonder how AI does documentation. If you just don't write any documentation and ask AI to describe what's happening, can it figure it out?
I write code. Super Maven wings the docs with some manual intervention. Maybe that's why I have 50-50 split between code and docs.
I want to see what's the bigram index.
I wonder how verbose is JetBrains' AI model, or say even Gemini compared to Super Maven.
Yeah, some time ago I was complaining about Z, and one of the things that Z could do is there are those annotations here, like let word index equals something something, and it puts those virtual characters in between. And it's so strange, it could use the space between lines to put some tiny text in there. Like, it could really squeeze it to not... Yeah, to insert those this information in the text without breaking the lines. Anyway. This number. Yeah, turns out we have been lied to by the documentation of this file. It actually contains non-alphanumeric characters, those dashes. Let me see how study lists for what, 0? It's empty. Okay, so obviously every word can be studied when the most advanced character sequence happens, but also I think we can do this if bigram index opposite and then I think we can also add it. maybe in this direction. The new O. First stop. We don't have spaces. R. E. And let's say I'm further down. Let's say I'm at C. G.
Have you worked with Google CMalloc?
URL.
Not directly. I used it because some projects used it by default. It just works. You link it and it should switch the malloc to their own custom fancier implementation. I always call this with the... I don't think it changes anything.
Can it replace default Win32 allocator, as that one is not multi-threaded in modern sense of multi-threaded allocators?
Never used it on Windows though. It was always on servers. Yeah. Not sure how malloc works on Windows.
I really wanted to try out that Google tech, but looks like it does not build on Windows for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not surprised actually about that. AOIN. Maybe I can use this order.
I guess I'm plugging in Microsoft Malloc. Or Malloc as officially called.
Nice that they have custom allocators for their own operating system. It's like they could just make the default work nice.
If Vulcan uses it in Vulcan's DK, there probably must be a reason. Other than that, it follows modern allocation principles.
Yeah, that's interesting. Why does Vulkan allocator use Microsoft Malloc? Non-standard allocator.
URL.
This an abstract shipped with NVIDIA's Vulkan 1.dl for their driver.
Looking in a second. Strange. So maybe the default Microsoft allocator has some backwards compatibility that makes it... I don't know why this isn't the default. There has to be some reason why it's not the default on Windows.
Word-aligned pages and vpage cont used by NT kernel. I would assume. I'm going to switch towards dictionary from now. I know Linus was furious when devs wanted to increase default max v page count in Linux kernel. That said, distros did it anyway because does it for SteamOS.
vpage count? vpage count is the same as like size of memory divided by size of page. It's dynamic, right? Or is vpage something else? Actually, I think I can even use this. And 3. Seven and 8.
vpage count maximum amount of mapped memory pages per process.
Okay, I see. Okay, so my pre-processing actually makes sense. think I could remove space from my layout, from the learning sequence. Nice. Let's say I'm at M. Okay, I would like to check if my solution is correct. So this fancy list. Start with 1, end with 5. Okay, something's not right. Now this is strange. What is the difference here? Yeah.
I see. Okay. I'm walking over every pair of characters in every word. And makes sense. Okay, no mistakes now. So we don't need to use this, we can use our study lists now. Sweet. And actually, in the learning sequence, I noticed that the words which those ERXZ are actually super frequent, so it's convenient to have them E especially, and R.
So the word picking algorithm seems to be working fine now. It's like half the size of what AI created, but it took us like 3 hours to write.
How to describe cross-platform allocator that does build with Clang. Microsoft-Malloc.du.
This is how it's called. Let's start at position 0 actually now. Like 30, 35. How did this happen? Ending sequence, new index, old index. Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe no learning sequence here. And also, we don't need that. So new index and old index, they are all global. And there's only one word, PT. The undefined. This is working nice. I mean, after I go through this painful process of repeating the same word over and over, looks really nice. Time to open this on my phone. See how it looks there. There is a problem because this top section is expanding beyond the size of the screen. I guess we can submit all of this. Yeah, we can push this. And this is the point to start load again. I don't like that. Let's see. Somehow seems to work fine. Yeah. Okay, now it looks way better. Okay, this scaling is actually pretty decent. I'm going to keep it working exactly like I wanted it to work. So I would like to increase fix the high DPI rendering. There is a standard pattern of doing this. The thing is, you set the canvas height to twice or multiple times this tells you how much you have to multiply it. Times the DPR, yes. DPR times the actual width in pixels. But you force it to be scaled down, and browsers can do this. Ooh, now it's fairly sharp. On this web page, there is no point to zoom. The point is that the web page always fills the whole screen space. Something wrong with Firefox now. works nicely here. I don't know, I will try to open this web page maybe on another port. Maybe that will fix it. Maybe Firefox does some caching. Yeah, it is fixed. Cool. And let's ask it to maybe actually wondering. And there is also an issue when in horizontal mode. I do this. Does it make sense? I think it's exaggerating the scale, yeah. This is fine even. Sweet. One more thing. Interesting things.
Managed to GV unlock building. Solution was to use V2 instead of V3.
I do the same thing with Windows subsystem for Linux. I always run the old one. The old one has more access to... It has better access to NTFS devices, and it's so much faster. See what will happen if I move everything by, I don't know, 10 pixels. Nicer. Oh, it's really nicely centered.
Actually, Vi3 can also be built, but must be specific release.
Now this is getting interesting. So Microsoft Allocator v3 doesn't build on Windows. If I can practice now. Keyboard view. That was the wrong key. It will be very hard to get to 40 words per minute. OST, like that. Actually, this is what I was doing wrong. I was releasing both keys, and I actually should have just released one. Yeah, so this is typing on this key here. I mean typing. Something weird happened there.
Is that forbidden right tux key on your keyboard?
Yeah, this is my Windows key. Some blasphemy. I'm not sure if I will be able to get to 40 words per minute. Definitely, okay, I actually got... This is actually a good way to learn because it learns the combos. I think I will lower the target words per minute. I think 30 is plenty high. For a mobile one-handed text entry, yeah. I think it will be higher than 30. I think 30 will be good because normally you don't repeat the same key over and over. I mean, Yes, that's true. It's probably faster to press a key when it's more extended. Experimenting with different ways of holding it. Yeah, I think this is going to work. So switch back to this view.
30 is about 180 keystrokes per minute, right?
.30 times 105, 150. Yeah, 150. I don't know if you count space. Fire it up. The nice thing is that when I switch it off, yeah, I'm switching it off, and yeah, the keyboard on my phone opens, and when I switch it on, it hides the keyboard. Time to refresh this. I really will not be able to maintain such high. I was making the same mistake again. It's possible to go above 40. So I'm getting some reflections. Maybe I can do the lights off. This. Maybe this is better. Oh, I actually went through the first.
To go above 40, you need at least 7 fingers on keyboard but
Weird things are happening when I press space. Space, E, E. Mistake. Again, it reset. What's up with that? So how is like typing.com measuring the speed?
that's on 30 keys unlocked.
Let's see. It says that was 100 words per minute. If I do the same on my program, on my Tor, it says something like 60. Huh. Hey, maybe our words per minute calculation is wrong. Be somewhere here.
Not sure. That should be correct. $64. Okay, this is more in line with what my program would give. Yeah. Okay, it looks fine then. I guess I should host it somewhere now. It's a pretty much static web page. So let's see. Maybe I can expose it on GitHub, because GitHub has those project pages. Okay, I guess we can push this. On my other screen, I'm just setting up the pages. What is it called? Away from a branch. Okay, I want static HTML. So this is the config. Missions, blah blah. Okay, we don't want entire repository. We want, what is it called? Layout tutor. Fine. And do we have any actions running? Okay. Send it to the README. a layout tutor. Let's tweak this. Actually, optimizing layouts will be day 4. This is a whole day, at least on my PC. It took basically the whole day to optimize it. There are so many things that should be updated in the README. Do you sell this? Actually, it's no point. It's warning. Okay, I want to focus on this other section. Not want to commit yet. I think this should come in the other section. Yeah, typing this stuff takes... I could type it on a keyer, but that would be like 3 times slower, at the very least. Actually, it would be nice if I included the key release cost in the cost function. Per minute. Okay, time for me. End of the stream for today. We will see each other on Monday. Bye bye.